Such a long, long time to be gone, and a short time to be there. It was 60 days with the bullet line. Hell, at my back like a shotgun blast. High wind chimes in the night. Whoa, oh, pride of Cucamonga. Whoa, oh, red olives in the sun. Whoa, oh, I had me some loving, and I done some time. Since I came down from Oregon, there's a lesson or two I've learned. By standing in the road alone, standing watching the fires burn. The northern sky, it stinks with greed. You can smell it for miles around. The good old boys in the Greystone Hotel are sitting doing that get on down. Whoa, oh, pride of Cucamonga. Whoa, oh, silver apples in the sun. Whoa, oh, I had me some loving, and I done some time. I see a silver shining town, but I know I can't go there. Your streets run deep with poison wine. Your doorways crawl with fear. So I think I'll drift on where it's at, where the wheat grows green and fine, and wrap myself around a bush of that bright. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yes, it's me, I'm the pride of Cucamonga. I can see golden forests in the sun. Oh, oh, I had me some loving, and I done some time, and I done some time, and I done some time.
your gravity fails you, negativity won't pull you through. Don't you put on any airs when you're lost on New Mog Avenue. They got some hungry creatures there, they'll surely make a mess out of you. Now if you see St. Annie, won't you please tell her thanks a lot. My stalks, they are twisted and my tentacles are all in a knot. I can't even roll out of the bed and crawl across the floor to take another shot. And my best friend, my drummer, won't even tell me what it was that I dropped. Now, sweet Belinda, the peasants call her the goddess of blue. She speaks such good English when she invites you up into her room. And of course you're so kind and conscientious and careful not to go to her too soon. But still she steals your voice and she leaves you howling at the moon. Project Hill, you'd see the fortune or fame. You must choose one of them. Neither of them ought to be what they claim. If you're looking to get silly, you gotta go back to from where you came. Because the cops don't need you, and man, they expect the same. Now the authorities, they just lay around and boast how they blackmailed the sergeant at arms into leaving his post. And picking up on Angel who just arrived out here from the coast. He looked so fine at first and left just looking like a ghost. Now I started out on Burgundy, but then I soon hit the hardest stuff. Everybody swore that they would stand beside me when the game got rough. But the joke was on everybody, there wasn't anybody there to bluff. I'm going back to Foggy Bottom. I do believe I've had enough.
secret, searching for the sound. But I could only hear the preacher and the baying of his hounds. Willow sky, whoa, I walk and wonder why. They say love your brother, but you will catch to win. Unbroken chain of you and me.
All right. 87.9 WBTM FM, The Bottom. Poppa Stompa with you here live. That was Phil Lesh with Grateful Dead. Phil's 77th birthday today. That was Box of Rain. And then after Box of Rain, we had Pride of Cucamonga. Then a Tom Thumb's Blues from March 15th, 1990 at the Cap Center. And then we finished up with the ubiquitous Unbroken Chain off of Live at the Mars Hotel. We're here in the studio with Eddie and Mikhail. Say hi, guys.
Hey. Hello. What's going on out there, people?
Rock and roll, rock and roll. So these guys wanted to tell you about some of the things that are going on. Mikhail wanted to talk about Fam Jam.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's been awesome, man. It's been taking off in the summer months. We expect it to just keep getting bigger and bigger. Last week was amazing with Joe Marsick down from Chicago, and we got Eddie
good
tonight from Bad Dagger, and Ashton Kleeman's here from Sweater Vest, and it's awesome.
Pneumatic.
And Pneumatic, that's right, my fave.
Yeah, there's no place to park out there.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
It's like music hasn't even started. It's packed.
Yeah, it's good, man.
That's good.
The radio show with Our Dead Show is awesome, man. It's just the first day today, and perfect day.
First day on Wednesday. Yep.
Yeah.
Just got to move.
I think it's a good fit.
It's a good hump day thing.
Fam Jam and the show.
Oh yeah, it works. It works.
So yeah.
So Eddie, I was here when you guys won that Battle of the Bands. You guys are going to summer camp this year.
Yes, we are. That's a pretty big honor. It's pretty awesome. Still can't believe we'll be on a bill that Primus is on. Yeah, looking forward to it. Should be fun. Never been, so.
Pseudo Primus will be here this weekend.
Yep, I will be here for
Pseudo
that.
Primus.
Nice.
Yes, Frizzle Fried. Frizzle Fried and Freak on a Leash this weekend at the Mousetrap.
What night is that?
Saturday night. That's a Primus, and then a Frizzle Fried, Primus tribute band, and then Freak on a Leash, Korn.
A Korn tribute band.
Korn tribute band.
Wow.
Could you believe it?
Hope it's not corny.
Oh!
So what do you guys got going on for the Dagger coming up?
We're doing the Collage Carnival here in like 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah.
And then,
25th. Yep.
Yep. And then
next Saturday, not this Saturday, but the next Saturday.
And then we got summer camp, and we got a show in Ohio at some point. Then yeah, just starting to book them up. So.
And here's E.T., the guy who arranged the interview but booked on it.
Hey, brother.
So who we got? So who's here? Do we have anybody special showing up today who's not a usual suspect for Fam Jam, or
we're here right now, but you know.
Yeah. You know, I kind of think that we could. I don't know. No, not really, but sort of.
Well, Jeff Lowe's doing the Liquid Lights
See, that's
tonight,
kind of
so
cool.
That's
different.
something new.
Exactly. He's broke out the projectors this night. It should be awesome.
So Liquid Light Night at the Fam Jam. Come on up. Get your
and we
head
got
on.
surprise guys coming up that don't tell me they're going to come and they just show up all the time.
Yeah, it's always
So
that
that's
way.
pretty exciting.
It's a hodgepodge. It's a mixed bag.
Last
Yeah.
week was pretty hot.
It was awesome.
Yeah, last week was hot.
Yeah.
You got to get out here, guys, and join us. We got to go get our sound check together and stuff.
Yeah,
And
come
get
on
rock and
down to the
roll.
Mousetrap. It's free.
We got live art, and we got the radio and everything, so come down here and party with us.
And we'll be broadcasting.
And
free
these
here on
lovely
the
radio
BTM.
faces too.
Yes, lovely radio faces. All right.
Max, like MAB or Kyle or anything?
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
Oh yeah. We're I've got a couple of shows down in nothing coming up locally right now, but I'll be down in Madison, Indiana next weekend. So if you're down in that area, come check me out at the
Madison,
tap
folks.
room. Yeah.
Oh, the tap room in Madison.
Yeah,
There you
you
go.
got it.
Right on.
Thanks,
Right
man.
on. Thanks, guys. We'll hear more from them here in a couple of. Somebody tried to walk off with his headphones. It didn't work. It's hooked up to a headphone amp. It's a leash for musicians. All right, folks, we're going to trip on into some more local music here. These guys were through the Mousetrap a couple weekends ago. We broadcast it for you live on the bottom. I was about to say live on the Mousetrap. Live on the bottom. This is Big Something right here off their new album, Tumbleweeds. Poppa Stompa with you here, 87.9 WBTM. Keep it fresh.
live all of the contents. Me who used to play with eagle-eyed cherry. It is so good to see you, my brother. It is so good to see you again, and to bring you what's mine after such a long ride. It's not off that I graze the south side. The south side, 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 yeah. Cherish long after I'm gone. Oh, you miss the foreign soul, yeah, and you miss the foreign blends that I go here. But the plastic boxes hold their blends anywhere. It is so good to see you, my brother. It is so good to see you again, and to bring you what's mine after such a long ride. It's not all that I praise the south side. No, the south side.
Folks, it's that time of the week again. It's Wednesday night, and it's after 10 o'clock. So if it's Wednesday night, it's after 10 o'clock. It must be time for the family jam from the Mousetrap. Poppa Stompa with you here live on 87.9 WBTM FM, The Bottom. Okay, we got a good family jam for you this week. We got our first setup of the week, of the night, ready to go. We got Mikhail Robertson on guitar, Sean France on drums, Ashton Kleeman on the keyboards, Eric James on bass, and Danny Skinsbar on the percussions. Let's go to the stage of the Mousetrap. Take it away, guys.
Right on. Thanks, Lou. Take it away. How you guys doing out there tonight? Thanks for coming to Fam Jam. Really thank Ashton Kleeman for coming out tonight, Eddie Roofelt, and other people I don't even know right now.
Thank you for being here with us.
Here. All right, let's get the ball rolling, guys.
Thank you. My Kyle Robertson on guitar over there.
Heck yeah. Let's get that back on the train. Right on.
Thank you.
So we're at the Mousetrap. It's Wednesday Fam Jam, and we're live on the radio. And yes, sir, 87.9, and you know that if you're listening. That's a funny thing. Tune in to 87.9 if you're not. How do you do that? It's like ESP. Shower radios.
We've
Yes,
got a
sir.
sign-up sheet around here somewhere. I guess it's right there.
Yes, sir, it's right up
So
here.
if you want to play, talk to me or sign up on the sheet.
There you go. Talk to Eric Amos about signing up on the sheet.
Sign up on the sheet.
Heck yeah. I'm waiting for this current administration to expose NASA for the fakes they really all are, you know. But yeah, other than that.
We're still trying to figure out if this whole Earth is flat or not.
It is, and that's how the dinosaurs, it got hit by this meteor or something, right? And it got cock sides like this, like angled, and they just slid off. The dinosaurs, they slid off. They're somewhere out in space. There's like just a bunch of dinosaurs.
Way out there.
Dinosaurs go,
Dinosaurs in space.
That's right. That's right.
You just walked through the scary door.
All right, we got about one more, I think, and we're gonna switch it up after.
We'll play one more tune, and we'll get some of the guys up here right on. Let's do it.
Let's just jam out on something, man. Do the hand signals and jam out. Give us a funky groove. Ashton, you got a funky groove you want us to play? Yeah, I got it out.
Hey, Trevor, this thing sounds good. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. Right on.
And we're going to switch it up, get some jammers up.
Oh, all right. There you go, folks. Pretty heady lineup right there. Good tunes, good jamming. Love it, love it, love it. Poppa Stompa with you here live on 87.9 WBTM FM, Indianapolis, the bottom. We're here at the Family Jam, live from the Mousetrap, high up on Keystone Avenue. Hope you all enjoying. We got a lot more music coming on this evening. Want to remind everybody this weekend on Friday, we will be broadcasting for you live from the Mousetrap. High Rider for the St. Patty's Day Boogie. It's going to be a good night. Saturday. Who do we have on Saturday? I'm at a loss. I'm sorry, folks. We'll get that fixed sooner or later. I'll go and get some service, and I'll remember when we come back. Right now, we're going to kick it on with some local music. We got some Rob Dixon and Melvin Ryan, the Dixon Ryan Project, their new project, their new album, Reinvention. Here you go, only on the bottom. All right, everybody, there you go. Live from the Mousetrap. 87.9 WBTM FM. Poppa Stompa with you here live for the Fam Jam. We got our second setup on stage, ready to go. We got a trio this time. Yes, a three-way. Never let it be said we don't mix it up. We got Larry Baker on the guitar, Eric Hamas on bass, and Dave Maris on the drums. Let it send it out to the Mousetrap. Take it away.
But it's mainly in E the whole time. And of course, it just has a change. I'll just take a picture and send it to him. You want to do that? That's true too.
Let's do one different motion and then come back. Pop, you want to do the lemon song?
Good.
What's this rated?
Thank you for tuning in. 87.9 The Bottom.
This has never been done before.
I shouldn't quit you some time ago. Oh, yeah, baby. A long time ago. Every time I go away and leave you talking, send me new, sing down inside. I should've listened, baby. Oh, second down. Oh, it's a bit of baby. Oh, that you down inside. Oh, my really, darling. So blue, breaker. Sleep last night, let your heart is out there. Bring on my mother, honey, give me money, give me some another man. I should have quit you, baby. I wanna be here with all my children, down on that killing floor. I said, hey, 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 oh yeah, oh Larry, 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 oh yeah, oh yeah, I'm gonna keep on doing round on the killing.
Dave Maris back there on the drums. All right, I think we got one or two more for you, and then we're gonna change it up. People ask me everywhere, is that really all your hair? I just tell them if it ain't. Don't mean that now, okay? I just don't believe it's fair to judge a man by the length of his hair. heaven square. Will shining out your hair. Up in the black and on the sea. Was outside you and inside me. Down or high, truth or lie. A weak man's life can be a strong man's sky. Sexual life, truth shining like your hair. Even cannot see. Down or high, truth or lie. A weak man's life can be a strong man's cry. Thank you. We're going to switch it up.
All right, there you go, folks. Second setup for the night here at the Fam Jam at the Mousetrap, live here on 87.9 WBTM FM, The Bottom. We're going to continue on with the local music. We're listening to some really good Rob Dixon, Melvin Ryan, Reinvention, the Dixon Ryan Project. We're just going to continue with that because that's nice mellow music. Perfect for in-between sets when you're family jamming. Here you go. Melvin Ryan, Rob Dixon, only right here on The Bottom. Okay, kiddies, it's time for the third setup here at the Family Jam live at the Mousetrap. Poppa Stompa with you here on 87.9 WBTM FM Radio in Indianapolis. We got the third setup of the night for you here. We got a big one. This is a big band setup. We're going to get horny with the horns. We got Mikhail Robertson on guitar, Trevor Johnson on guitar, Eddie Rudovitz, the Rude Man on drums, Todd Vendelay on bass, Dr. Rock on the trumpet, and Jason Ashenhalley on saxophone. Get ready to get funky, folks. Here we go. Out to the Mousetrap. Take it away.
Thank you, Lou. Thank you guys for coming out to the Fam Jam. We're gonna get some total improvisation happening right now. We got a little U-matic, 800-pound. Audio Audacity. I did that last week. That's because you guys always come out. You and Kwame come out together. All right, we got a nice little blend happening. Chef's blend. Let's see what happens. Watch the video, guys. There we got a nice, cool video up on the YouTube there. It has all that jam band hand signals on it. So nice job, guys. Fun stuff. You'll say 87.9 The Bottom with the Mousetrap. It's Fam Jam. It's every Wednesday. It's madness. Come on out and join us. Let's go down to the jam, guys. What do you got?
Oh, shit. I'm sorry, man. Sorry, man.
Thank you guys so much, man. We're gonna be switching it up. So yeah, get some house music going. Thanks, Lou. Thanks, Chris.
All right, there you go. That's the third setup here tonight at the Mousetrap for the Fam Jam. Whew. Poppa Stompa with you here live on 87.9 WBTM FM Indianapolis. Want to remind everybody, please go out, support your live local music. Come on down to the Mousetrap, become part of our live studio audience. Don't spend a night on the couch, folks. Go support your local musicians. Throw money at them and watch the music grow. I want to continue on with the local and regional music right now. Because it's so cold outside, I figured we'd take it in the Irie tip. Go down to the islands, man. Get your toes in the sand, a little rum in the glass, a little green in the conch shell. Here we go with some Aaron Com and the One Drops right here, only on the bottom.
There was a steely train coming down. I tell you, baby, darling, yes, I love you. Yes, I do love you. There was a steely train coming down. I tell you, baby, darling, yes, I need it. Yes, I do need it. There was a steely train coming down. I tell you, baby, darling, yes, I want you. Yes, I want you. Was a steely train coming down. I tell you, baby, darling, yes, I need you. Yes, I need you. You look it up, the good and life. I tell you, baby, sit down, gonna save yourself. Oh, yeah. If you look it up on the good and life, I tell you, baby, sit down, you'll save someone else. Oh, yeah. There was a feeling I don't understand. Oh, but I tried to learn. Oh, now today there was a feeling I don't understand. Oh, but I tried to learn. Oh, now when the hurt comes, I know it's gonna burn. Mama, when the hurt comes, I know it's gonna burn. But I still it ain't coming down and tell you, baby, darling, yes, I want you. Yes, I want you. But I still it ain't coming down and tell you, baby, darling, yes, I love you. Yes, I love you. If you read yourself a worry well, I tell you, baby, darling, gonna help yourself. Oh, yeah. If you read yourself a worry well, I tell you, baby, darling, you'll have someone else. Oh, yeah. There was a feeling I don't understand. Oh, but I tried to learn. Oh, now, there was a feeling I don't understand. Oh, but I tried to learn. Oh, now when the hurt comes, I know it's gonna burn. Mama, when the hurt comes, I know it's gonna burn. Yeah. Coming down and tell you, baby, darling, yes, I love you. Yes, I love you. There was a steely train coming down and tell you, baby, darling, yes, I want you. Yes, I want ya. You look it on the good in life. I tell you, baby, sit down on and save yourself. Oh yeah. You look it on the good in life. I tell you, baby, sit down, you save someone else. Oh yeah. But I still it train coming down. I tell you, baby, darling, yes I want you. Yes I want you. There was a steely train coming down. I tell you, baby, darling, yes I love you. Yes I love you. If you really settle for you, well, I tell you, baby, darling, gonna help yourself. Oh yeah. If you really settle for you, well, I tell you, baby, darling, you'd have someone else. Oh yeah. There was a feeling I don't understand. Oh, but I tried to learn. Oh, now there was a feeling I don't understand. Oh, but I tried to learn. Oh, now yeah. It was a bright morning. I looked into your eyes, and I hear my sensei. Yes, I can hear my sensei. Baby, won't you wait for me there, please? It's on this bright morning. I fell into your arms, and I hear my sensei. Yes, I can hear my sensei. Baby, won't you wait for me there, please? I said, but don't let time change you. Don't let fear scare you. Baby, won't you wait for me there, please? I said, but don't let time change you. Don't let fear scare you. Baby, won't you wait for me there, please? And this I need my sensei. I wanna smoke my sensei. And this I need my sensei. Baby, won't you wait for me, please? And put them loving arms around me, and I won't get lost without you. And put them loving arms around me, and I won't get lost without you. Was a bright morning. I fell into myself, and I hear my sensei. Yes, I can hear my sensei. Baby, won't you wait for me there, please? It's on this bright morning. I looked into your eyes, and I hear my sensei. Yes, I can hear my sensei. Baby, won't you wait for me there, please? I said, but don't let time change you. Don't let fear scare you. Baby, won't you wait for me there, please? I said, but don't let time change you. Don't let fear scare you. Baby, won't you wait for me there, please? At least I need my sensei. I wanna smoke my sensi. And this I need my sensi. Baby, won't you wait for me, please? And put them loving arms around me, and I won't get lost without you. Put them loving arms, I won't get lost without you. Now put them loving arms around me, and I won't get lost without you. And this I need my sensi. I wanna smoke my sensi. And this I need my sensi. And this I need my sensi. I'm gonna go right down in the shadows of the evening. Take me right around, take me right around, take me right around this old town.
Alrighty, folks, we're ready for the fourth setup tonight at the Mousetrap Fam Jam. We're ready to go. For this setup, we got Mikhail Robertson on guitar, Evan Shine on guitar, Joe Switzer on bass, the Rude Boy, Crazy Eddie Rudvitz on drums, and Ashton Kleeman on the keyboards. Here we go, live to the Mousetrap, only on 87.9 WBTM FM, the bottom. Take it away.
G diminished, G flat diminished. Right on, that was fun. We're gonna switch it up, man. Thank you guys so much. I don't know what that was crazy. That was a crazy jam. 87.9 the bottom. All G diminished and stuff. It was G flat half tone whole tone. I thought you guys would pick up on that. I was playing the tritones though. Yeah, it was beautiful. It was perfect.
All right, there we go. The fifth setup of the evening at the Family Jam, live from the Mousetrap, high up on Keystone Avenue. Poppa Stompa with you here live on 87.9 WBTM FM, Indianapolis radio, the bottom. I hope you all are having fun listening to the jams. It's been a fun night of jams, and I'm having fun bringing you jams. That's all we're about. Jams, because it's Family Jam. So let's continue on like we were doing before with that Caribbean Irie vibe, and we'll do some more reggae. Natty Nation and their EP, which we're going to cycle through, called Suffice, for you right here, only on the bottom, 87.9 WBTM, Indianapolis. Get Irie, folks.
I'm gone in too many directions, and I'm trying so hard to show some love and affection, but the situation has got me under suspicion. I'm breaking no rules and needing no protection, but it won't suffice not to save a life. And no, it won't suffice not to save my life. She cries and she cries and she cries, tears from her eyes. And I try and I try and I try, it never suffices. And she cries and she cries and she cries every time. And I try and I try and I try, it never suffices. And no, ain't stricken for no reason at all. And I'm blaming myself for dropping the ball, replying to her, answer every beck and call. And still I can't stop the tears that fall. No, it won't suffice not to save my life. No, it won't suffice not to save my life. She cries and she cries and she cries, tears from her eyes. And I try and I try and I try, it never suffices. And she cries and she cries and she cries every time. And I try and I try and I try, it never suffices. Yeah, it never suffices. No, no. Yeah, it never suffices. No, no. Yeah. Don't believe everything that they're telling you. Don't believe, no, no, no. Because I never do those things to make you feel so blue. You got to believe in the love that we have together is true. So true. Cause I never do those things to make you feel so blue. Never, never. I'm caught in too many directions, and I'm trying so hard to show some love and affection. But the situation has got me under suspicion. I'm breaking no rules and needing no protection. Hey, but it won't suffice not to save my life. No, it won't suffice not to save a life. Yeah. But I cry and I cry and I cry, tears from my eyes. And she tries and she tries and she tries, it never suffices. And I cry and I cry and I cry every time. And she tries and she tries and she tries, it never survives. Yeah, it never survives. No, no. Yeah, it never survives. No, 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 no. No, 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 and I'm trying so hard. Suspicion. No rules
All right, folks, it's time for the sixth setup of the night out at the Family Jam at the Mousetrap. Poppa Stompa with you here live on 87.9 WBTM FM Indianapolis, the bottom. Here we go at the fifth lineup. Jason Hazelhiley on guitar, Trevor Johnson on guitar, Otis Dick, the big man, OT on bass, Richard Schiller on drums, and Amanda Cannon on percussion. Take it away to the Mousetrap, only on the bottom. All right, there we go, folks. That was the sixth setup of the night here at the Family Jam at the Mousetrap. Poppa Stompa with you here live on the 87.9 WBTM FM Indianapolis, the bottom. I hope you all have been enjoying the music we've been bringing you tonight. It's been fun. It's been a definite jam. I think we got one more setup coming up. It's getting late, but we're going to press on into some more regional and local music. This one's from a good friend of ours, actually. He's not so much regional, but he's definitely in the United States. A good buddy of ours by the name of David Gans. This is off his new album, Chocolate Coffee Pot, which is just a jam album. Ain't nothing else, just jams. Pretty good. Robin Silvestri of Rat Dog playing bass on it. A bunch of other people. It's a good album. You should definitely check it out. So we're going to skate on into this from David Gans off of Chocolate Coffee Pot. Poppa Stompa with you here late, actually early on a Thursday morning at WBTM FM, the bottom. Here we go. David Gans, 3 food groups right here, only on WBT and M.
87.9
WBTM FM.
Indianapolis.
All right, folks, we're ready for the last setup of the night at the Mousetrap Family Jam here live on 87.9 WBTM FM Radio Indianapolis, the bottom. Poppa Stompa with you here early on a Thursday morning. This is going to be the last setup of the night for tonight's Family Jam, Wednesday, March 15th, 2017. We're in the 21st century. All right, the last setup for the night is going to be Mikhail Robertson on guitar, Eric James on bass, And it looks like Danny Barr up on percussions and Sean France on drums. The last jam of the night. Enjoy, folks, right here on the bottom. Take it away.
Thank you guys so much. Right on. I got something going on weird on my pedal rig. I don't know what's going on.
All right, we got time for one more. Everybody, thanks for coming out tonight. We had a good time. Hope you have.
Hey, man.
There's a mouse staring out the window. His karma's trapped in the snow. Planning a family vacation, but he just can't go. Down the corners of Redbird, his fellas are trapped in the sleigh. Caught by some gunslinging parents. There ain't no time to stop the gumbo, riding around in cage. Sacrifice child's made bubbles, spittlers everywhere in the wind. In a hot stand under my feet, blistering cape with the breeze. Just relay is God in the tone, in the sandpaper, sending them off to himself. Gets him a couple days later and puts him along his top shelf. You ever get tired of shavings? Well, then you carve up a good hunk of wood. Remember to check on the sausage, got cooking somewhere look good. There ain't no time to stash the gumbo, rattle around in the cage. Sacrifice chops made bubbles, spittlers everywhere in the wind. In a hot sand and under my feet, blistering cake with debris. Chevrolet is God in the telephone with There ain't no time to stash the gumbo and rattle around in the cage. Sacrifice chops made bubbles, spittlers everywhere. In a hot sand or under my feet, the blistering cake with debris. Chevrolet is God in the tone poured right in. Time to stash the gumbo and rattle around in the cage. Sacrifice chops made bubbles, spittlers everywhere. In a hot sand under my feet, the blistering cake with the breeze. Chevrolet is God in the tone poured. Ain't no time to stash the gumbo, rattle around in the cage. Sacrifice chops made bubbles, spittlers everywhere. In a hot sand under my feet, the blistering cake with debris. Chevrolet is God in the tone corner. Stash
rattle around in a cage. Sacrifice child's named Bubbles, 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 Bubbles.
Right on. We'll see you guys next week, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, there you go, folks. The Family Jam live from the Mousetrap, only right here on 87.9 WBTM FM, Indianapolis, the bottom. Poppa Stompa with you here early on a Thursday morning. I hope you all enjoyed the Family Jam there. That last jam, that was Mikhail Robertson, Sean France on drums, and Eric Hamus on the bass, and Danny Barr on percussions. I hope you all enjoyed that as much as I did. It was pretty fun. It was a good night of music. Always a good night. Good night of music is better than pretty much anything else that is, boring. So, come on down, go on out, support your live local music. Throw your money at the musicians and watch that music grow and dance your cares away, folks. We love live local music here at 87.9 WBTM FM The Bottom. Want to remind everybody that this Friday night we have High Rider live from the Mousetrap right here on 87.9 WBTM FM The Bottom. And then Saturday night, I finally got my information correct, Frizzle Fried and Freak on a Leash. Frizzle Fried, the Primus tribute band, and Freak on a Leash, the Korn tribute band. So if you're a Primus and a Korn fan, you want to head on down to the Mousetrap on Saturday night and get your freak on. It's going to be a good one. But Friday night we have High Rider for the Grateful Paddy's Day, actually, celebration, Grateful Paddy's Day. And I will be here at 6 o'clock for my Fat Man's Fandango, 2 solid hours of the sultry, soulful sounds of Jerry Garcia's solo catalog. We got a good one for you this week, man. We're going to hoe down. It's some biggin'. And then I'll be playing nothing but 2 hours of Skull Thumpin' Dead to preface High Rider. Should be a good night of radio, but it'll be even better if you came down here yourself and became part of our live local audience here at the Mousetrap on 87.9 WBTM FM, Indianapolis, the bottom. Well, it is no longer March 15th, Phil Lesch's birthday, but since my buddy E.T. already gone and done it, played a bunch of Phil earlier, I figure we're going to finish off the night with one of my favorite Phil Lesh and Friends show from 2003, the Warfield Theater in San Francisco, the triumphant return of the Q. I was actually standing 10 feet from Phil when they did this, and I've never been the same since. I think they're still scraping gray matter from me off the roof of the Warfield still to this day from that one. That was quite an experience. The triumphant return of the Q at the Warfield, September 25th, 2003. Right for you here on 87.9 WBTM, The Bottom.
Walking down Northern Square. To the women, but a nip to the air. From the other direction, she was gone with my eyes. We'll get the news, but I might as well try. She had rings on her fingers and bells on her shoes. Without asking, she listened to the blues. She was starting to go, was turning to her girl. Right away, she was not like other girls. The baby with the beating got girl. She too had to eat it too good to love. So picked up a match and was close to the door. Ashes that I think that they find. And I ain't nothing right, but I've never been wrong. So the 2003 doesn't a song. Once in a while, you get shown the night. The strangest places if you're a minute around. on you so it touches the blue. There's nothing wrong with the way you're riding. I could learn the hard way. Let it pass by, let it pass by. Cinderella's played tea for two. The sky was yellow and the sun was blue. Strangers stopping strangers just to shake the hand. Everybody's playing beauty, article man, article man. Walking along the river, sweet little bag. It just keeps on flowing. It don't worry about where it's going. Lord knows.
Sunshine, tell me all I need to know. You're my blue sky, you're my sunny day. Lord, you know it makes me high when you turn your love my way. Turn your love my way, yeah.
Caroline, it won't be long till I'll be there. You're my blue sky, you're my sunny day. Lord, you know it makes me proud when you turn your love my way. Turn your love my way. When you can't find the light to guide you through a cloudy day, when the stars ain't shining bright, and it feels like you've lost your way, when the candle lights of home burn so very far away, oh, you got to let your soul shine. Just like my daddy used to say, soul shine. Oh, it's better than sunshine. It's better than moonshine. Damn sure never way. But people don't mind. We all feel this way sometimes. Got to let your soul shine. Shine till the break of day. Grew up thinking I had it made, but I make it on my own. Life can take the strongest man, make him feel so alone. Now sometimes I feel a cold wind blowing through my aching bones. I think back to what my daddy said. He said, boy, in this darkness, the one that knows, if your sunshine. Oh, it's better than sunshine. Better than moonshine. Damn sure better than rain. Where the people come by, we all feel this way sometimes. Got to let your soul shine, shine till the break of day. But sometimes a man feel the emptiness, like a woman is robbed him of very sorrow. A woman too, I know she feel like this. When your little world seems cold, got to let your spirit take control. Talking about sunshine, it's better than sunshine. It's better than moonshine. It's damn sure better than rain. Good night, people don't mind. We all feel this way sometimes. Got to let your sun shine, shine on and on and on. I said it's better than sunshine. It's better than moonshine. It's damn sure better. Yeah, people don't mind. We all feel this way sometimes. Got to let your sun shine, shine till break of day.
There you go, folks. Phil Lesh and Friends. PLQ, the quintet. The Q. Phil Lesh. Rob Baracco on keyboards. Jimmy Herring, Warren Haynes, and the great White Cloud himself, John Molo on the drums. That was one hell of a band, folks, let me tell you. Definitely, like Legion of Mary and the Grateful Dead, a band that could turn goat piss into gasoline. That's for sure. That was from September 25th, 2003 at the Warfield Theater in San Francisco, California. A show that it was my pleasure to have attended, and very few even come close to that one, seeing it live, let me tell you. But as you heard, it was a great show. And that is for Phil Lesh tonight, or early on a Thursday morning, celebrating his 77th birthday. We love you, Phil, and many, many more to you. Well, that's going to be it for us here tonight at 87.9 WBTM FM, The Bottom, Indianapolis, Indiana. Poppa Stompa with you here. Hope you enjoyed our night of family jam and music. It was a good night. And want to remind everybody, Friday night, 6 o'clock, Fat Man's Fandango. 2 solid hours of the sultry, soulful sounds of the Jerry Garcia solo catalog. And then we will be playing High Rider live from the Mousetrap on WBTM 87.9 WBTM, The Bottom. High Rider at the Mousetrap live on our airwaves. That'll be a good one. And then Saturday night we have Frizzle Fried and Freak on a Leash. Yes, Frizzle Fried, the Primus cover band, or Primus tribute band, I should say. That's a naughty word, cover. Primus tribute band and Freak on a Leash, the Korn tribute band, will be here Saturday night. We will also be broadcasting that for you here live on 87.9 WBTM FM, The Bottom. Please go out, support your live local music, shower your musicians with money, and watch the music grow. Please participate in your local scene. The only way it's going to be a healthy, vibrant, enjoyable music scene is if you participate and patronize. Thanks for listening, folks. Keep on keeping on. Poppa Stompa signing off. 87.9 WBTM FM, The Bottom. Adios, folks.
.9
WBTM FM.